Hello, Mr. Carroll. How are you? This is Tracy from the board office. Oh, you're muted.
You think after all this time we'd be through with you?
I can hear you. Mike sounds good.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Hello, Member Paul. How are you?
Hi, Tracy. Sound check?
Yes, Mike sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hello, Deborah.
Hi, Tracy.
How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
Fine, thank you. Your mic sounds good.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Hello, Member Lee.
Hello there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Mike sounds good. You're welcome. Hello, PAC Chairperson Moore. How are you? Hear me. Hello. This is Tracy from the board office. How are you?
Hey, not hearing anything.
I can hear your voice. Can't hear me.
Now I can hear you.
How are you?
I'm great. Where
That's
is
good.
everyone?
Your mic sounds good.
Okay, awesome. So people are
soon.
here. Okay, a lot of cameras off. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Hello, Member Hendricks. How are you?
I'm great, and I will be back in a minute. You can start without me.
Oh, okay. Hello, Evelyn.
Hi, Tracy. Good evening.
Hi. Your
Hi.
mic sounds good.
Awesome.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Hello, Member Davis.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? Your mic sounds good.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Hi, Greg. Hello, Ron.
Hello.
Ron, your mic sounds good.
Greetings, salutations.
Hi, Greg. Your mic sounds good. Hello, Aspen.
Hello there.
Hello. Your mic sounds good. Hi, Lisa.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Sounds good. Hello. Elaine, I'm bringing up the screen now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, this is Suds.
Hello there. We can hear you
Hello.
loud and clear. Thank you.
This is Pat. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Mr. Bird.
Yeah, the GNA just ended, so some of the members are just trying to sign on right now. Thank you.
Hi, Evelyn. This is my.
Member Carrasco, you're breaking up a little bit.
Carrasco. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's much clearer now. Thank you.
Okay. I'm noticing that my name isn't showing up on the little icon. It says that it does, but I don't see it.
Yeah, on my screen it says it notes your name. Chair, this is Elaine. If we can wait one more minute.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
We're good.
Elaine, this is Theodora. I am unable to see Rainey on the panelist side. Are you able to?
No. We were having some issues earlier too with Paneet, her Zoom. I think it needed to like update. That's probably an issue with Rainey as well. So may I please ask you to handle public comment until she gets back on?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Welcome
Yeah.
back.
Thank you.
Oh. All right. Chair, I believe we have a quorum. So we can go ahead and get started whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. VTA Board of Directors meeting of Thursday, November 3rd, 2022 is called to order. I want to ask everybody to forgive my raspy voice. I've been trying to sound like Greg Richardson and it went sideways, so I wasn't successful. Elaine, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair. Abekoga, Blankley, Burt,
Here.
Carrasco,
Here.
Chavez, Davis.
Here.
Thank you. Hendricks,
Attending.
Jane,
Here.
Jimenez, Lee,
Present.
Lee Eng,
Here.
Ricardo,
Present.
Montano, Paul,
Here.
Perales, Rennie,
Here.
Constantine,
Present.
Chair Jones.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Before we move on to orders of the day, I'd like to remind everyone that we have a very full agenda tonight with several items on closed session. I'd like to ask my colleagues, staff, members of the public to be succinct. I'm going to repeat succinct when making comments so that we can ensure that we have ample time to review the items on our agenda. There were 2 items on the agenda that were added earlier in the week, and those are items 5.1.D.X, Ad hoc Grade Separation Committee Chairperson's Report, and an information item on bus availability under the GM's report. Staff is requesting the following. Defer item 6.1, conflict of interest code, to a future meeting. Place on consent regular agenda item 7.2, updated criteria for the 2016 Measure B Bicycle and Pedestrian Planning Studies Competitive Grant. Here, item 7.5, phase 2 update, and 7.5.A, APTA peer review together. In the interest of time, I'd like to ask my colleagues to defer item 7.4, future of light rail, to the December board meeting. The SSTPO committee will discuss this topic further this month. Are there any changes from my colleagues? And looking for hands that are raised, don't see any. Are there any changes from staff?
Chair, this is Elaine. Just wanted to note the item that we're deferring is item 6.2, conflict of interest code. I apologize. I probably mistyped it. So yeah, it's 6.2.
Okay. Okay, and not seeing any changes from staff. May I have a motion a second to approve orders of the day?
This is Member Paul. I'd like to move the orders of the day as described.
Second, Hendricks.
Great. It's been moved and seconded. Elaine, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Burt,
Here. Yes.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Chavez. I'll come back to you.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Constantine.
Aye.
I'm going to call on Member Davis because Member Perales is absent. Davis.
Yes.
Thank you. Hendricks,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Jimenez, Jones,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Liccardo,
Aye.
Hall.
Yes.
I'm going to come back to Jimenez. Okay, I'll mark him as absent. Motion passed.
Present.
Thank you. You're voting yes, correct? Yes.
I'll abstain because
Okay, got it, got it. Thank you. Motion passed.
Great, thank you. There are no awards or commendations, so we're now on public comment. Item 3, this portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board of directors on any item within the board's jurisdiction, but not on the agenda. Speakers will have 1 minute to speak. As noted on our agenda, we will have up to 30 minutes for public comments on items not on the agenda. Those who requested to speak but were unable to address the board on item 3 due to the time limit will have the opportunity to address the board on the second public comment under other items. The law does not permit board action or extended discussion of any item not on the agenda except under special circumstances. Those with customer service concerns are encouraged to contact our customer service department after you make your comments. Their contact information is on the screen. Before Rainey calls our speakers, I'd like to remind the members of the public who are speaking tonight to adhere to our rules when addressing the board. They are on the public speaker timer slide you will see on the screen. If you want to address the board on matters not on the agenda, please raise your hand now by using the app or press *9 on your phone. We will now take public comments. Rainey?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have one speaker at the moment, Mr. Bigman. Go ahead and begin speaking.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Happy November to everyone. To offer my usual words at public comment time, it's my real hope that your current 40 plus shot spotter speakers, you can reduce those at the BART station, North Bayessa BART station, down to about 5 or 10 that can do the same thing and really respect the ideas of reimagine. I think we have to consider those issues. Good luck on considering it as I ask each month. With 30 seconds left, I wanted to remind yourselves that the city of Berkeley, their community in the past year has been real upset with their ALPR and commercial data collection practices. That is, it's taking away from their good sanctuary city policies and such. The city of Berkeley finally got their act together and made some important adjustments to that data collection. And Santa Clara County can do that too. Good luck how you can do that and keep accountable tech practices. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Anne Marie. Go ahead, please, and begin speaking.
Good evening.
I'm sorry, Anne Marie. Go ahead, please, and begin speaking. Anne?
Yeah, it's not working. Hello?
We can hear you now. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
I am the safety steward at the VTA Shibuya division, and it has come to my attention over the last several months that TriStar is not working well with people who have requested mental health services. either the appointments are being canceled or not being made at all. So I think that the next time you guys renew a contract, you might want to look into exactly what they're doing. And most of the mental health issues are stemming from the May 26th shooting last year. Thank you.
Thank you. And that ends public speaking, public comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll now close the public comment for items not on the agenda. The next item on our agenda is item number 4, public hearings. Item 4.1 is to conduct a hearing and adopt resolutions of necessity for 5 properties, as noted on the screen, for VTA BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 project. Ron Golem, Director of Real Estate and Transit Oriented Development, will present this item. Ron will provide a presentation for each property.
Recording in progress.
Then I will open the hearing for the property. Property owners or their representatives will be given 5 minutes to speak. Members of the public who would like to address the board on the resolutions of necessity will be given 1 minute to speak after the staff presentation for all properties are done. Ron?
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to note that the full administrative record for the hearing is contained in the board agenda packet, including the resolutions. My presentation this evening is a summary of key points. If I could have the next slide, please. Thank you. As the board will recall, I gave a more in-depth presentation last month on the status of property acquisition for Phase 2 of the BART Silicon Valley extension. I'd just like to provide a brief summary right now. The first is, for the benefit of the board and the members of the public, the Phase 2 extension is a 6-mile extension from the Berryessa North San Jose station with a 5-mile single bore tunnel, 3 underground stations, a service station, a maintenance yard, and support facilities. The draft environmental documents for the extension were released in 2017. And at that time, notices were mailed to all of the properties that were identified as those documents, in the documents as potentially being needed for the project. The board adopted in April 2018 the environmental document for the project. Following that adoption, we then contacted all of the potentially impacted residents and businesses that occupy the properties that might be affected by the project in order to assess them or inform them of the project and assess the potential relocation needs. The general information notice that identifies those parties and the potential relocation assistance and how it would be provided was adopted by the board in December 2018. Since that date, we've been working with the BART Phase 2 project team as design has developed to reduce the property requirements to minimum that are needed. At present, we have 85 properties, some with multiple interests on one property, that we need to acquire for the project. We started making offers in late 2020, and we are in the midst of the property acquisition program so that we can meet the project schedule. And as we've discussed, we have 5 RON hearings tonight, and we expect to have multiple ones at each meeting through next summer. Just to summarize the process when we seek to acquire a property interest, the first step is for us to mail a notice of decision to appraise to each owner and offer to have the owner present when we have our appraiser there and inspect the property. Following that, we complete the appraisal to establish just compensation, which is defined as fair market value. It's both the appraisal and there's a review of that before we make that offer. Complete that appraisal, then we make the offer, then we negotiate with parties for at least 90 days. Our goal is always to negotiate a mutual agreement with the other parties, and we work very much to accomplish that. By law, we provide up to $5,000 for owners if they seek to do their own appraisal. If we cannot reach agreement on price, we then offer to enter into a possession use agreement. Only if we cannot reach agreement or if the owner won't enter a possession use agreement do we then bring a property to the resolution necessity hearing. I also want to note that for tonight's hearing, that we do have a number of properties, Vietnamese businesses in the area that we're talking about, and that does affect several of the parcels here. I want to let the board know that we have engaged Vietnamese speaking VTA staff to work with us and engage in working with these owners to ensure that we address any language challenges and are culturally appropriate in our engagement. With that, if I could have the next slide, please. So these are the 5 parcels, and as you can see, they are clustered in the area between the mid-tunnel ventilation facility at 13th Street and the 28th Street BART station. This is the area where the tunnel comes off of Santa Clara Street and makes the turn to get to the BART station. If I could have the next slide, please. For the purposes of the resolution necessity hearing, I just want to review the requirements for property acquisition. Those requirements are that the public interest and necessity require the project, that the project is planned or located to be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury, that the property in the resolution is necessary for the project, and that an offer of just compensation has been made. And I do want to say that although price is a common issue in many of these negotiations, price is not a subject for the resolution necessity hearing. I also want to share with the board that if the board does adopt these resolutions of necessity, that following that adoption, we will reach out to the owners and see if we can reach a final agreement either on the acquisition or on a possession use agreement before we proceed any further with the legal process to obtain possession of properties. And I also want to note that I think for at least two of these properties, we have owners or representatives in attendance who may wish to speak. With that, if I could have the next slide, please. I'll now go through each of the 5 properties. The first one is a property at 1281 East Santa Clara Street. This is owned by Than Phung. Currently, it's a 3,389 square foot property that's used for retail and food preparation. We require about a 470 square foot tunnel easement. We made the offer on July 25th, and we have been talking to Than Phung, and we've received an expression of interest in working with us. However, we've also been told that they would like to wait and see what other owners do, and so we've not been able to get a counter or to conclude a negotiation. If I have the next slide, please. And this image shows you both where the property interest is on the overall alignment and then the specific property interest that is the subject of this resolution necessity. And with that, I'll stop, Mr. Chair, to see if there are any questions or anyone who wishes to speak on behalf of the owner or the representative.
Great, thank you, Ron. I will now formally open the hearing. Is there anyone who would like to address the board for property ID B3016 owned by Than Phung?
Chair, this is Elaine. I do not see any hands raised.
Okay. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Not seeing any hands raised. All right.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On to the next one.
The next property is at 23 North 27th Street. It's also known as B3120. The owners are Emilio De Souza and Angela De Souza as trustees of the De Souza Family Trust. The property area in total is 5,060 square feet. It's used as an auto repair facility. The interest that we need is a 3,373 square foot tunnel easement, and the offer was made on July 1st. And I will state that we have been working with them. We've been told since July that they would get an appraisal, but it has not appeared by the expected date, and we've not gotten further. And so we are bringing this to the board for the Ron hearing. If I could see the next slide, please. And this shows you the location of the tunnel easement area with respect to the property. And with that, I'll pause, Mr. Chair, for comments or questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to address the board for property ID 3120 owned by Emilio B. De Souza and Angela M. De Souza, trustees of the 1992 De Souza and Family Revocable Living Trust?
Chair, I do not see any hands raised.
Okay. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Not seeing any. Ron, next one.
Great, thank you. The next property is owned by Ho Dai Trong. This property is at 1201 East Santa Clara Street. It's our parcel B3127. The property area is 11,050 square feet. It's currently used for a ground floor residential, retail commercial space, and second story residential. We require a 399 square foot tunnel easement. We made an offer on July 25th, 2022. If I could have the next slide, please. And this shows the tunnel easement area. relative to the property and its location along the alignment. We have been speaking with Mr. Truong, and I think that aside from price considerations, there have also been requests for advance payment of damages and other progress payments on damages that we cannot do. I do want to share with the board that aside from the compensation for property interest, if there is any damage to a property that occurs as a result of construction, we will pay for those damages, but it has to occur when the damages are all actually incurred, not as a theoretical or an advance payment. I do want to share that it's my understanding that Mr. Truong may be attending. I am not certain whether or not he wishes to speak, but that concludes our presentation on this parcel, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to address the board for property ID B3127 owned by Ho Dae Trung?
Mr. Chair, this is Rainey. There's none at the moment. However, we do receive a written comment from Mr. Trong, and it's posted on the website.
Thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none. Ron?
Great, thank you. The next parcel is at 70 North 27th Street in San Jose. It's our parcel B3129. The owner is HC Investment Associates. The property is a 50,700 square foot property. Currently, there are a two-story light industrial building with 5 spaces on it. The interest we require is a 5,389 square foot tunnel easement. We made an offer on June 9th, 2022. And if I could have the next slide, please. This shows the location of the property on the alignment, as well as the location of the tunnel easement on the property. I do want to note for the board's information that the owner is currently seeking planning approval to build a multifamily residential building, which we understand to be 5 stories on a podium, and that with respect to this corner and the tunnel considerations, that may present an issue for that particular area and require the owner to do some design accommodation to work within the constraints of the tunnel easement. As we discussed before, we believe 3 stories is doable, possibly 4, but that would be an engineering matter for the owner to address. And I do want to note that design-wise, as we had talked about before, there are potentials to mitigate the impact with design and how uses on the site are located in terms of things like parking and open space. And we do understand that a representative of HC Investment is present and does wish to speak.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we do receive another written comment from Mr. Cyber for this item, and he is going to speak at the moment. Please give us a few seconds to change the timer. Mr. Cyber, you're given 5 minutes to speak. You may begin speaking when you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Madam Secretary. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson and members of the board. My name is Bill Schibber, and I represent the owner in this case, HC Investment Associates, and there are obviously individuals who actually are involved in terms of that ownership. As Mr. Gollum said, the owner is in the process of attempting to develop the property and has been for the duration of since the notice was given that there is an intention to acquire an interest. The owner is hoping to build a 5-story, 198-unit residential building there, which is something that the city of San Jose and a lot of other cities around the Bay Area, as you all know, need, and it will be a benefit to the community. We have tried on multiple occasions to get some feedback on how this tunnel easement would impact the development and the construction. And frankly, although there has been communication, we have not received responses to the questions we've asked. And therefore, we've had to proceed with the design as we can best put it together without getting really feedback from VTA in terms of the specifics of how this underground easement is going to affect what's being built on top. But nonetheless, we are planning to go ahead and hopefully get permitted for this development and build it. We have received an offer. However, the offer that was made does not reflect the ability to build this residential development. It simply values the property as being industrial in nature. And so from our perspective, it's not really just compensation, but that's not something that's going to be addressed here. We understand that's something that's addressed later on down the road. What is addressed here and what I would like to raise, because we want to make sure that it's part of the record, is that the notice of the adoption of this resolution of necessity was inadequate in our view because it did not identify the easement interest to be acquired. It simply identified the property and indicated that a resolution of necessity was being considered to acquire the property. And that, of course, impacted our ability to prepare or really understand what was going to be at issue here today. I identified that issue in a letter that I sent previously. I received a letter back from counsel for the VTA indicating that in their view, the notice was adequate. And that's something obviously that we're going to have to work through. But I need to appear here today and just put that objection on the record so that it's preserved down the road. And with that, I will end my discussion. I'm happy to answer any questions that that anyone may have.
Thank you. We're going to open it up. Are there any members of the public who would like to address the board on property ID B3129 owned by HC Investment Associates LP, a California limited partnership?
Mr. Chair, there is none.
Okay. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Ellen?
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to put into the record that the objection by the property owner along with VTA's response, both letters are part of the administrative record and in this particular matter, and that we have responded to confirm that we've responded to the property owner that we believe that the notice is compliant with the statutory requirements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands raised, Ron, next property.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The final property is at 1261 East Santa Clara Street. This is our parcel B4231. This is owned by Henry Nguyen and Nancy Lee. The property is 5,571 square feet. Currently, there's a commercial, retail, and printing business space using the property. The proposed acquisition is a 3,501 square foot tunnel easement, and that offer was made on July 7th. And we have been in discussions with Mr. Nguyen, and he stated the offer is inadequate. However, he has not made any counter offer, and so we've not been able to advance negotiations, nor has he agreed to a possession and use agreement. And that concludes my presentation on this parcel.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to address the board for property ID B4231 owned by Henry Nguyen and Nancy Lay?
Mr. Chair, there is none.
Okay. Now, are there any members? Let's see. Okay, we'll now close all public items, comments for item 4.1. Don't see any questions from my colleagues. So can I entertain a motion and a second to close the hearing and adopt the resolutions of necessity as noted on our screen?
I'll move approval.
Ask the maker of the motion to read for the record the property ID numbers. Director Hendricks.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I move that we close the hearing and adopt the resolution of necessity for B3016, B3120, B3127, B3129, B4231. I think I got everything you needed.
Jane
Thank
seconds.
And I heard a second. Elaine, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair. Burt,
Yes.
Carrasco.
Aye.
Thank you. Chavez. I'll come back to you. Constantine.
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Jane.
Yes.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Jones.
Aye.
Lee.
Yes.
Ricardo.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
I'll come back to Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passed, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 5.1, committee reports. We will take public comments for items under this section at the conclusion of the reports. Howard Miller, Citizens Advisory Committee Vice Chairperson, will provide the report for item 5.1.A.
All right, good evening. Thank you, Chair Jones, and thank you, Vice Chair Constantine and the whole board for having me this evening. On October 12th, the Citizens Advisory Committee did meet, and we did discuss first the Van Pool Subsidy Program, which is your consent agenda item 6.6. A lot of discussion, relatively new to many of the Citizens Advisory Committee, was this program. There were some concerns from my fellow members that the cost benefit of this program didn't seem quite right. It's difficult to put a finger on it because nobody had actual detailed cost numbers for us at that time. But we felt it was reaching a pretty narrow niche of the commuter market, and that we weren't sure if it was the best use of resources. Ultimately, the motion that we had failed, 5 in favor, 4 opposed. But as you are aware, we are short a few members on our committee, and so that motion wasn't able to carry. You have comments in your report from us. The next item that we considered was consent agenda item 6.7, which was the Guaranteed Ride Home program. There were some discussions about, who exactly was eligible and what the reimbursement process. But we were very excited about this pilot and move forward with all speed, please. In addition, we did have our Measure 2000A semi-annual report. As you know, we are the watchdog committee for Measure A. This is your consent item 6.5. We received a great report from staff on major projects and programs, particularly the BART Silicon Valley extension and the East Ridge to BART Regional Connector. Another note, just prior to this board meeting, the G&A committee did approve our newest CAC member, Tony Silva. He'll be representing the business and labor category. We'll remind you, we still do have 2 vacancies. I know each of you through your elected roles have access to and know of people that are interested in transportation here in Santa Clara County, that these people may be great candidates for the Citizens Advisory Committee. So I ask each and every one of you to pass along the fact that we still have 2 openings, and have interested citizens contact myself or our chair or VTA staff. We did cancel our November meeting due to a limited workload, but our next meeting will be held via Zoom on Wednesday, December 7th. That concludes my report, and I'm available if there are any questions.
Thank you, Howard. Great report. Next is item 5.1.B, and getting more, Policy Advisory Committee Chairperson will provide that report.
All right, thank you and good evening, Chair Jones. I know you have a packed agenda, so I'll be brief. On Thursday, October 13th, 2022, the Policy Advisory Committee recommended the Valley Transportation Program Semi-Annual Report ending June 30th, 2022. I believe I said recommended. We received that report. We received the 2000 Measure A Transit Improvement Program Semi-Annual Report ending June 30th, 2022. We received the fiscal year 2022 Annual Transit Operations Performance Report for July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. We recommended that the VTA Board of Directors adopt the Van Pool Subsidy Program as an ongoing VTA service. And we received a report on the Guaranteed Ride Home Pilot Program. And lastly, we recommended that the VTA Board of Directors approve the updated criteria for the 2016 Measure B Bicycle and Pedestrian Planning Studies Competitive Grant Program with a modification. The PAC had a robust discussion on various alternatives on the point distribution amongst the criteria and how the alternatives can support the PAC's goal of increasing geographic diversity of bicycle pedestrian planning studies that are awarded funding. Upon conclusion of the discussion, the PAC recommended this item with an amendment to create a new criterion 7, geographic distribution with 5 points for a new total of 105 points. And this is your item 7.2 tonight. The upcoming PAC meeting for November was canceled for low business. And our next meeting will be December 8th, 2022, and it'll be held as a Zoom teleconference. Thank you.
Thank you, Kitty. The Standing Committee Chairperson's report for item 5.1.c is in the online agenda packet. For item 5.1.d, there are no Policy Advisory Board Chairperson's reports. The report for 5.1.d.x, the report of the Ad Hoc Grade Separations Committee Chairperson's report is in the packet. We'll now take public comment for all items under committee reports. Rainey, do we have any requests to speak?
Mr. Chair, we don't have any public speakers for this item.
Great. Thank you. Public comment for item 5.1 is now closed. Moving on to item 5.2, General Manager Report. A reminder to the public, we will take public comment at the conclusion of all items under the GM report. Carolyn?
Great. Good evening. I think we go to the first slide. So the first want to talk about the overhead line worker apprenticeship program. This is an area where VTA has been understaffing quite a while, and it was exacerbated from the May 26th event. And so we have worked for over this past year in collaboration with ATU, and we're able to announce the overhead line worker apprenticeship program in July 2022. And we now have 4 participants who just started training this year, and they'll finish their training in 2024. This program has been very successful and has delivered positive results. An example recently was there was an issue with the overhead catenary system underneath the I-880 overpass, causing damage to the light rail vehicle's pantographs. They got some real world experience, and were able to identify what the problem was and help make repairs on time, and they minimize service delays and equipment damage. The next slide is just like to inform you on a couple upcoming events as we embark on several key transportation, transit, and land use planning efforts. VTA will be hosting several opportunities to learn about and provide input on the upcoming development of the Valley Transportation Plan 2050 and Visionary Network. These 2 plans will impact how residents ride, bike, drive, walk, take transit throughout Santa Clara County. We're encouraging the community to join us to talk about transit service goals and the projects, programs, and processes involved in our long-range planning efforts. And I can't believe we're already at VTP 2050 when I did VTP 2020 when I first came. So it's been a while. There are multiple community meetings planned in November and December. There's going to be pop-up information booths at transit centers throughout the next 2 months. And please check out the 2 websites for more information on the outreach efforts and the plans. And if you have an opportunity and can include them in your newsletters, that would be appreciated. 101 Blossom Hill Road Interchange Project, which is on the next slide. On November 18th at 10 a.m., we are planning a ribbon cutting for the interchange improvement project. Oh, I guess it's on the same slide. Sorry about that. The project will relieve congestion and improve traffic operations on the freeways and local roadways in the vicinity of the US 101 Blossom Hill Road interchange and improve bicycle and pedestrian connectivity along Blossom Hill Road and surrounding areas. And this is a project that we work closely with the city of San Jose. On the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about our effort of our employees on what we're doing to try to help and support the community. On October 14th, we start our annual second harvest virtual food drive. This year, our goal is to raise $25,000. Last year, our employees donated over $20,000. Our team has been spearheading, our communications team has been spearheading this campaign, distributing emails and posters in all the yards. We're constantly posting on the internal communications page and working to come up with creative ideas to get our employees as motivated as they were last year to donate. And we'd love our board members to join us in the effort. You could go to the VTA Second Harvest webpage and pick a division you want to join for your donation. And by scanning this QR code with your phone cameras to scan the QR code, you'll see in your screens how to donate. Next is some of our media coverage, moving, as part of our bus operator recruitment efforts. We've been doing a lot of media coverage, which has been great. And a lot of the stations are carrying us. We had a couple stories recently. Telemundo 48 produced a 5-minute segment for broadcast, and the host interviewed one of our Spanish-speaking bus operators, Felipe Bengueñez, and our media spokesperson, Sandra Bermudez, at the Milpitas BART station. They highlighted all the benefits and growth opportunities at our agency, and the segment aired on October 14th. And then in addition, KPIX working on an extended story about the need for more drivers. And that reporter interviewed one of our line instructors who teaches drivers how to maneuver the bus and a new trainee. And that story is going to be airing soon. I want to also talk a little bit about a couple other events that we've had. Recently, we had a visit by one of our peer agencies, Riverside Transit Agency. This was management union leaders came from Riverside Transit in Southern California as they're trying to work on establishing their own labor management apprenticeship program, similar to our joint workforce investment program. And they visited us on October 7th to see how our apprenticeship program works. I was able to speak to them as well. You may know, as we've discussed before, that our program is a national model. We've worked with multiple agencies nationwide to set up similar programs to mentor and train their workforce. The next 2 items in my report are just specific events that have happened. We had freeway interchange signs were placed on US 101 and 85. They've been installed in the honor of the late Congestion Management Director, Mike Evanholm. Mike was an instrumental mentor for many transportation professionals in the Bay Area, including myself, as he worked here at VTA, but also throughout the state. And we had a nice ceremony that day that actually was to celebrate his memory. His family came, and that was on Friday, October 21st. And then the family was able to go out and see the signs on the freeway. We also had a breast cancer awareness walk, and I want to thank all of our generous employees once again, this time in taking part for the annual breast cancer awareness walk. Unfortunately, a lot of us have a mother, a grandmother, aunt, friend, sister, or coworker who have been impacted by this disease. And I thought it was a wonderful way for people to get out there and raise awareness and to find a cure. Now I'm going to switch to my next item, which is the bus availability. I'd like to call on Lisa Vickery. She's our Deputy Director of Bus Operations. She's going to present to you some of the issues we encountered on the fleet availability, as well as our preventive maintenance program, the CHP inspections, and next steps. This is in response to the board referral made last month This information was also shared with the SSTP&O committee 2 weeks ago. I just want to introduce Lisa, but also say that I think this is, it was good that this was brought to the board's attention. It was also brought to others' attention through our agency. So Lisa will speak to this. So I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you, Carolyn. You can go ahead to the next slide. Thanks. So this issue really came up out of some public comments from the previous board meeting regarding the lack of service due to fleet. Buses not being available for service. And so I wanted to just kind of quickly go over what happened in September that caused that and what we're doing now. So in general, our maintenance fleet is managed through a preventative maintenance program. This basically means that our vehicles are inspected every 2,000 miles on a schedule. And we make sure that specific component parts are looked at on a regular basis and then scheduled throughout the year. Seasonally, for example, we are going to be checking that our HVAC systems are working well before summer and the hot months, that kind of thing. In September, we experienced a really higher than average number of defects that prevented us from putting those buses into service, identified by our VTA mechanics. And you can see in the chart, I mean, it's pretty common for us to have ideally no defects would be great. And a downing defect is a defect that's serious enough that it means that bus does not get used in service until that defect is repaired. So we identify them ourselves, and it's not uncommon on a day-to-day basis to have quite a few issues identified so that they can be repaired through the preventative maintenance process. In September, there was a serious uptick in the number of defects being identified by our mechanics. And that relates directly to some of the relationship that we have with our CHP folks. So California Highway Patrol has responsibility for doing annual inspections on our fleet and at our facilities. And they performed an annual inspection at our Shibuya division. And this issue of identified defects only happened at our Shibuya division. The other divisions did not have this issue and did not have bus-related service loss. So this annual inspection occurred, and it was identified that typically when they come to our facilities, and they do inspect all 3 of our facilities, bus facilities on an annual basis, they're looking at our fleet and they're doing their own inspections. In this particular case, it was determined that we should take a look at vehicles that had gone through the Gilroy Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Facility, which is in San Martin, because there had already been inspections done on our fleet at that location by CHP. And so the inspector who came on site took a look at some of the vehicles that had gone through that, the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Facility. And they were able to take a look at when was that last inspected through our normal preventative maintenance program by a mechanic, and did we identify the same kinds of issues or defects that might have been picked up at the CHP enforcement facility. And that was very revealing. There were quite a few situations where the CHP inspectors were able to identify a couple of things that we could do differently, and that feedback was shared with our staff. And that resulted in a lot of increased activity in identifying issues and concerns in the first few weeks in September. So if you can go to the next slide, I'll tell you what we're doing about that now and kind of what the impact was. Right away, because there were so many more defects identified, we have the same number of staff, same number of parts available as we would have on an average basis, but it meant that in that short period of time, we really quickly worked through the maximum number of parts we had on hand and employees we had available to do that work. So it took us a while to recover from that process, but that's what we're doing now. We also went down and visited the CHP facility in Gilroy or San Martin last Friday. We took a group of mechanics, maintenance training bus operator trainers, management from the Shibuya Maintenance Division, as well as myself. And we're working closely with CHP to sort of educate and try to prevent this kind of situation coming up in the future where it has this feedback and relationship that we have with CHP should, ideally be a bit more predictable and allow us to move forward with our own preventative maintenance inspections in line with their inspections. We're going to be utilizing a quality assurance process to assess this and work through this. We have a program for quality assurance where we double check our own preventative maintenance process, but we're going to be beefing that up. We may be looking at where we want to allocate our fleet so that service impacts are not just at one single location when we have these kinds of issues come up, and how to be more flexible with that. And then finally, and this is really the most important thing, because we did lose service to the public. We did not have the vehicles that we needed. And we're now working very carefully to make sure that we're managing that service as efficiently as possible, meaning we're making sure that two schedules on the same route in a row are not affected negatively when we're short personnel or short vehicles. We're working really quickly to be more predictive and proactive in reallocating our service on the day of. And then finally, we're working closely with our customer service department to provide information to riders about the reason for a delay and also the delay itself. There's a couple of exciting projects coming up that may give some insight into time information that will be helpful for riders, but also just simply working with our own customer service department to ensure that we're working together with our employees who are doing the work in maintenance and in customer service. And excuse me, and I'm like you, Chappie. I'm recovering a little, and so I am hopeful that in the future, as we carefully work through these issues and manage them, we can get better information to the public and reduce the amount of service impact that there might be to these kinds of events in the future. Hopefully. Thank you.
I guess, do you want to hold questions till the end of all the presentations, or do you want to take questions on this portion from the board?
Let's wait till the end.
Okay. Okay, there are two more reports. Thank you, Lisa. For Aston, Aston Green will be giving the safety and security update. He is the Chief of Systems Safety and Security. Aston?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Good morning. Good morning. I'm feeling a little under the weather myself, actually, so forgive me for that. This is a brief update. I wanted to alert the board that I have updated the actual crime reporting stats and presentation, so you'll find a more comprehensive report in your package to include percentages of increases and trends. I want to provide a little bit more transparency and detail into the crime picture for the agency. Notably, you'll find that our felonies have reduced between September and October by 25%. However, our violent crimes increased slightly between September and October. That's for the Sheriff's Department, and for San Jose Police Department, they did see an increase related to mental health commitments of more than 50%, but it's de minimis numbers. We're talking ones and twos, but it is important to notice the statistical trends. And so I'm happy that we're able to kind of build a better and a more comprehensive crime stat package for your review. One particular stat, of course, that always jumps out are our operator assaults for this same time period. That has increased from 1 to 3. However, I do have some good news in terms of our progress toward addressing some of the concerns with the driver referral. You see one of those things here. There was a call for new communication to the public related to operator assaults. And we work very closely with our representative stakeholders and internal staff. And this is a new awareness campaign that's going to be placed permanently on our conveyances. and it alerts the public that assaults on public transit could mean jail time and a fine of up to $2,000. And it cites the penal code that would be enforced. Now, the interesting thing about this is you'll see a QR code to say download the VTA alerts to report operator safety concerns and other issues. We are now pioneering this as part of our empowerment to passengers to be able to see something and say something now to include safety concerns related to operators. I think there's another slide that shows a picture of what that looks like now. We are the first transit agency in the nation to actually have this category established, and you'll see on the far right of your screen a category for operator safety. So we're very happy. This actually just launched this week. It was an update as a result of some of my feedback and some of my initial contact with employees to try to do more to alert the public about behaviors related to our operators. So in addition to that, as it relates to the driver referral, we continue to work toward legislative updates for the FY23, FY24 season. We're committed to pursuing legislative tools to enhance safety to our employees, especially operators and our frontline workers, and that will include working towards new and improved or more effective prohibition orders. So I'm happy to report that that work continues, and we're looking to be very successful as we partner with other transit agencies in the state to try to address some of the challenges related to being able to prosecute, being able to take some action when we have violent riders on our system. And also related to the referral is the forthcoming peer review. We've reached out to APTA to support a police system security peer review that would help us with a system-wide evaluation, comparing us to other transit agencies and making recommendations on best practices. So we're very excited about that. Looking to see that start by the end of the year. And that concludes my comments and update.
Thank you, Aston. And the last part of my report is 5.2.B, and that's with Jim Lawson, Chief of External Affairs. He's going to provide a brief report.
Thank you, Carolyn. And you have a very comprehensive written report in your package. Happy to answer any questions about that. But I did want to highlight one of the things that's been going on relative to funding, particularly funding as it references the BART extension project. This year, in the summer, the legislature in Sacramento provided an unprecedented amount of money, $3.75 billion in one-time surplus state general fund dollars for transportation infrastructure. This is something that is very rare in the state. This includes a $1.5 billion set aside for the geographical areas outside of Southern California. At least 900 of this amount is going to be directed to administer as a set aside for existing TIRCP projects leveraging federal and local funds. The bad news is we've got a lot more projects that fall into this $1.5 billion category than we can all support. The key factors in this are that first, projects should, to be clear, projects that should be funded by this will have a recommendation from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, but the actual grading and scoring of these projects will be done by CalSTA. In terms of the MTC decision on this, which is related to their major projects advancement or MAP policy, they voted unanimously on this at their last meeting to regionally prioritize the projects that would be going after this particular money. And of those projects, they have established tiers 1, 2, and 3. Of most interest to us, of course, is the BART extension into Silicon Valley, Phase 2. We are listed as a Phase 1 project for that, along with Caltrain, which is in construction and closing their funding gap, BART's core capacity work, which is underway, and then the VTA project extending BART. MTC was faced with the very challenging task of trying to figure out how to allocate this money across the 9 contentious Bay Area counties that all have an interest in getting some of this money. And the approach they took was to try to spread this out as much as possible. And we can certainly understand their intention in trying to do that. The problem that causes us is that where we need another commitment of $750 million from the state through the DIRCP project, the recommendation that was approved was for $400 million. That was based on, at the time, the not unreasonable thought that there would be additional funding coming through the state's general fund. Our best indications at this point are that that's not likely. The state sales taxes are significantly down from where they were last year and where they were projected to be. So it's going to be somewhat challenging to see a second round of this. Your colleagues on MTC, Director Chavez and Director Liccardo, argued eloquently for the need that VTA had to look for that $750 million as part of the initial application to CalSTA. And they made that point quite specifically at MTC as they went through. And it is challenging because we do try to be regional players. We do try to get along, but for us, it's existential. You'll notice in the written report that there's a great deal of thought that at least the House will flip from one party to another, with the possibility that the Senate will as well. And those of you who've been around for a while remember that members of the Republican Party think of the BART extension as Nancy Pelosi's subway. So we're worried, and I think reasonably so, that we won't have a second chance to go after this funding. So I do want to commend our colleagues, Cindy and Sam, for the excellent and difficult work they did with their colleagues at MTC to plant that flag and to indicate that when we go forward for the call for projects on November 15th and the applications on December the 6th, we will be looking for the entire $750 million. Happy to answer any questions. Carolyn? Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Before I conclude, I'd like to note that the ridership report is in the online packet, and I am and my other team members are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Carolyn. We will now take public comment for this item. A reminder, focus your comments only on the GM report. Renee, do we have any public speakers?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, we have 3, John, followed by Eugene, and then Anne Marie. John, you may begin speaking when you're ready.
Good afternoon, board, evening. Aston, you got me, but with the good morning comment. Anyway, John Courtney, President, Business Agent, ATU Local 265. I'm going to give you some feedback on the mechanic that went to CHP because I wasn't aware of that. I wanted to point out that I feel really good about the reporting tonight about the actual events that happened to cause service disruptions. You know, in any occasion where you're honest about things, I think you can make real progress. And the impact to the riding public is something that we are all conscious of. We need to bring public transit back to be relevant, and that's the goal here. So let's continue to be honest about it. Let's be completely honest, though. I want to say thank you to Cindy Chavez for making the security a priority within this agency. I don't think we're there yet, but I see progress. And in June, we did a referral, and I see some progress. Again, 3 items, and I only have a minute.
Next speaker is Eugene. You may begin speaking when you're ready. Eugene, go ahead, please. Eugene, I'll come back to you, and you may begin speaking when you're ready.
Hello, this is Anne Marie Ruiz, Safety Steward at Shibuya Division. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Green for meeting with the ATU Safety Committee, and it seems that you actually heard our concerns, and I thank you for starting to make the changes that will keep our frontline workers safe. I also like to say I look forward to our collaboration in finding ways to continue improving the safety of our frontline workers and the public. Again, thank you so much for meeting us. It was truly a unique situation.
Thank you. Eugene, you may begin speaking when you're ready.
Good evening, board members. Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. Apologies for the technical issue. Anyway, I echo John's and Anne Marie's comments regarding the openness and honesty regarding the issues that have affected VTA buses. I was wondering if the same issues have also affected light rail. Reason I ask is that on Monday, when you finally had the excellent expansion to 15-minute frequencies on weekdays all day, there were 37 missed trips alone on the green line, 28 missed trips on the orange line, and 20 missed trips on the blue line. This resulted in at least lots of people not being able to take light rail and enjoy it that day. So I was wondering when VTA was going to have information in its Take One flyers regarding what's been happening, because the public really needs to know what's been going on lately. I'll address some concerns I have with Mr. Green's presentation in a separate letter. And congratulations, VTA, for being the first at 80% full restoration of bus ridership. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Mr. Chair.
All right, public comment for item 5.2 is now closed. And I see Vice Chair Constantine has a question. So go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding 5.2A, if Mr. Green is still on, in regards to security for our operators, I'm sure there are certain lines that have more reports of assaults than others. Is there any move to increasing either security from our security team or also from sheriffs?
Yeah, so that actually one other note about progress is we don't currently have through the Sheriff's Department a crime analyst. I've recently directed them to actually bring that kind of resource on board so that we can disaggregate the crime data specific to different lines and areas. Right now, it's incident-based. So when we do see a trend, the Sheriff's Department will shift resources accordingly, but we want to be able to do that in a more systems approach manner. But right now, one of the tools that we have been expecting to use more is the surge capacity. So periodically, the Sheriff's Department has extra deputies that are available, and they were recently able to deploy throughout our system in those areas that may be a little bit more concerning or showing some upticks in activity. The goal, of course, is to just increase presence on the system. What's unique about the transit environment is that presence works. And whenever we have the extra bodies, that's how we deploy them. So we have contract limitations, of course. We don't have an infinite amount of deputies and security personnel, but we do use them judiciously to address whatever trends we see and whatever reports that we get that require our immediate attention. So, but I'm hoping that the crime analysts will be able to allow us to be a little bit more proactive and strategic in how those deployments are being made.
Could you expand upon that comment you just made about the analysts?
Yes. So what you find, and this is just based on my experience of what works, is that you need to be able to gather and disaggregate crime-related data across different platforms, right? So that is someone who is going to be able to look at what's happening in San Jose, what's happening from their police department, from the sheriff's police department, from our own internal security, and be able to use that data to identify where we have trends or unusual occurrences over a period of time. And so that is some visibility that I think is very, very important. It allows us to be able to essentially know where we have problems, honestly, as opposed to just being in a position where we are just reacting. So it's not uncommon for security executives or law enforcement executives to use crime data to be able to know what's going on in their area of responsibility. And my immediate observation in terms of trying to assess what resources we have was that we did not have that. Incidentally, that type of analysis is also associated with some federal recommended best practices for transit security. And so you are supposed to be in a position to know what your hazards are, to know where your vulnerabilities are. And that is what comes from being able to collect that data.
So are we not able to deploy our resources in areas where we know there are higher crime, higher attacks on our operators until we get the data?
Oh, no, definitely. So when I said that if that's incident based, right? So for example, if there's an incident where an operator was assaulted, let's say it happens twice in a week, clearly we would provide some additional support, right? But let's say I know, for example, our service change that's going to happen early next year. I want to be in a position, and I think it's important for us to be in a position so that we look at data. So a crime analyst is going to say, well, what's going to be the population that we can anticipate? What's going to be our ridership numbers? So it's not just crime data. It's also looking at what's happening in the region. It's also looking at, for example, next week, right? We have elections, and in certain cities, that's very concerning. A crime analyst would look and communicate with federal and other entities to see, well, do we have any issues, any concerns, any chatter about incidents that may occur in our area of responsibility, and then we can be in a position to address that. So there's a distinction between being able to be aware of what's happening in your environment and being able to react to actual incidents.
Okay, that was a lot for me to take in. So I'll just make this comment. I'm hopeful that we will be able to be nimble enough that where we know we have issues, and I know we know the places we have issues, that we put resources there immediately, whether we're waiting to see what the ridership is. I think where we really need to concentrate on is making our other customers, which is our employees, feel safe in their workplace. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed in a way that we don't have to wait for analytics or we don't have to wait for data. And I won't beat this horse anymore, but I'm a bit concerned that we're not utilizing our security team and as best as we can or could. And I'd like to see in a future meeting a report on how we distribute our resources as far as the security teams and our sheriffs. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Liccardo.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I was hoping I could bother you with one more question. Several months ago, we read a lot about challenges that staffing with the sheriff's office and keeping keeping courthouses open. And I was wondering if that was affecting your operations at all in terms of the contract with VTA and their ability to fulfill the requirements.
No, the contract is currently being fulfilled. The deputies that are assigned as per contract, we haven't seen any issues or challenges, significant issues or challenges with their commitments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Green.
You're welcome.
Director Chavez.
Yes, thank you for the information and the presentation. And I would just say, I want to just associate myself with the points that Rich made, Constantine, because I do think that two things. One, we really want our employees to feel to know that we have their best interests. And so, what steps we need to take to do that, I think are going to be really critical. And then the second point I just wanted to raise that I think is really of value for our customers is a sense of well-being and safety. And I think that in particular, we've gotten feedback from different groups of people about that. And Austin, I just will say the chair to you and through Carolyn Gonat that I think there's a lot of value in us working with some of the nonprofit organizations that are trying to make public transportation more safe for all different folks. But there's a particular group of women that are interested in how public transportation responds to their safety and their needs. And I'll connect you with them, but would be very interested in hearing how those discussions go with those community nonprofits.
Yes, of course. No problem.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. So we're gonna close out this item and move to item 5.3, the chairperson's report. I do not have any items under chair report, but I will let you know that next month there'll be an overview of our board leadership selection process. And so more information to come. That takes us, Cindy, Director Chavez, I see your hand is still raised. Did you, okay. So that takes us to item 6, consent agenda. Item 6.1, 6.3 through 6.12, and item 7.2. As a reminder, item 6.2 will be deferred to next month. Members of the public who would like to address the board on an item on consent, please raise your hand now on the app or press *9 on your phone. To my colleagues, if there's any item that you'd like to pull off of consent or add an item to the consent calendar, any abstentions or recusals, let me know. And looking for raised hands. Not seeing any. I will now open public comment for this item or the items on consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, you may begin speaking when you're ready.
Chappie, get ready to pull me off the stage with the hook, but I'm going to say, again, I just didn't have enough time. I wanted to say thank you to all the dispatchers who made it work throughout the hard times with the buses. And I also want to speak about the overhead line program and how it is a nationally recognized program that we have here. And I wanted to thank Steve Jovell and the rest of the staff, our leads and our coordinators, our maintenance leads who got that done. And we have a lot of exciting apprenticeship programs on the horizon. So you didn't give me a chance to speak. And on that, I'm out of line, but so be it. But again, thank you. And the overhead line program is a success story that we need to follow up on, and we need to, we need to piggyback on. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, there are no more hands raised.
Great. I'll now close public comment for items on consent. May I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. This is Board Member Paul.
Thank you.
Second, Davis.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Lane, let's do a roll call vote.
Burt,
Yes.
Carrasco. I'll come back to you. Chavez. I'll come back to you. Constantine.
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Jane.
Yes.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Jones.
Aye.
Lee.
Yes.
Ricardo.
Yes.
Hall.
Yes.
I'll come back to Carrasco. Okay, I'll mark her absent. And Chavez. Mark her absent as well for the consent vote. Motion passed, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to the regular agenda. The first item is an action item for the owner-controlled insurance program and auxiliary insurance for VTA's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2's contract package 2 for a premium not to exceed $22,770,800. The full staff recommendation is on the screen. Judith Harto, Enterprise Risk Manager, will provide the report.
Good evening, Chair Jones and members of the board. We're here today on an action item to obtain approval to procure through the general manager and through VTA's insurance broker of record, the owner-controlled insurance program, which is workers' compensation and general liability, as well as the builder's risk and the environmental contractor's pollution insurance. This is for the first segment of the BSV2 project, namely the CP2 Progressive Design Build Early Works Packages. The amount requested, again as stated by Chair Jones, is $22,771,800 and an amount not to exceed. With me today is Dimitri Lambesis. He is the Executive Vice President and has worked with VTA for the past 7 years. He's with Willis Towers Watson and represents us as a broker of record, and he will present the insurance program for consideration. Dimitri?
Thank you, Judith. Good evening, everybody. Today we'll be discussing the insurance program that will be in place, as Judith said, for CP2 Stage 1 Early Works. Next slide, please. So the OSIP will basically provide workers' compensation and general liability coverage for the duration of the project. And it'll also allow VTA the ability to procure ancillary coverages, which will further protect VTA. The OSIP will provide VTA, KST, the general contractor, and all eligible subcontractors coverage through the statute of repose, which in California is 10 years. The benefits really will include cost savings, robust coverage, higher limits. It'll minimize and eliminate insurance cross-suits. It'll enhance safety and loss control, and most importantly, encourage DBE and SBE participation. Next slide, please. So as you can see on this slide, what we've done is broken down the project. On the top, you'll see the estimated construction value for this phase, which is $486,137. The OSIP fixed price of $8,043,100 is the estimated premium. And then what we've also done is basically broken down 4 loss scenarios, one at a 25% loss ratio, one at 50%, one at 75%, and one at max loss. As you can see, the OSIP loss costs at the 25% level are roughly $2.5 million. That would bring the total cost of the program to $10.6 million, which is basically the fixed premium plus the estimated losses. And under this scenario, the program would achieve an estimated savings of $6.8 million. On the next column over, what we did is ran a loss scenario at a 50% loss ratio. So the premium stays the same, $8 million, but now the losses are at $5.1 million. And under this scenario, the program would save an estimated 4.2 million. We did the same thing at a 75% loss level, which would generate savings of roughly 1.7 million. And then also modeled the maximum loss. So the program would be designed to stop at a certain level where VTA would no longer have to contribute to the self-insured retention or the deductible. And that level would be roughly 10.3 million. And at that level, the program would be in a negative at $879,600. So a well-run OSIP should typically have a 20% loss ratio. And you can see we've been conservative in each of the options. Next slide, please. I like this chart here because you can see graphically that the program will provide 100 million in limits. And you can see that on the left-hand side here, there will be a $1 million deductible for workers' compensation, $3 million self-insured retention for general liability claims. And the premium, as we discussed before, is estimated to be around 8 million. Now, over to the right, you see the blue box. That would represent the reserve fund that would be put into that fund to pay for claims that are within the deductibles and retentions. And the fund basically represents VTA money. The reserve fund would be managed by the VTA, and it would be funded at $10.3 million. That fund is there as the program closes. Any money left over goes back to the VTA. Next slide, please. And finally, this slide shows you the total cost breakdown. The OSIP fixed cost, which is the estimated premium, comes in at $8,043,100. The OSIP loss cost, which we use the max number to be conservative, comes in at 10.3 million and change. The builder's risk policy, which is basically property coverage, would also cover the tunnel boring machine while on the property, would be roughly 4.2 million. And contractor's pollution liability would be 150,000. So that gets us to the request for board approval of 22,770,800. And that concludes our presentation.
Questions?
Thank you for the presentation. We'll now go to public comments.
Chair, there are none.
Thank you.
All right. Public comment is closed. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing no hands raised, may I have a motion, a second for item 7.1? Actually, Director Hendricks.
I was ready to make a motion if you're ready.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I move 7.1 as presented in the staff report.
Second.
All right, it's moved and seconded. Elaine, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Bert,
Yes.
Carrasco, come back to you. Chavez,
Yes.
thank you. Constantine,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
Paul.
Yes.
I'm going to come back to Carrasco. I'll mark her as absent. Motion passed, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 7.2 was approved as part of our consent agenda. So we will now move on to item 7.3, an update on the downtown light rail program. Jason Kim, Senior Transportation Planner, will provide the report.
Great. Thank you, Chair Jones. If we can move on to the presentation. I have a brief presentation today to talk about the work that we've been doing for downtown San Jose. As many of you know, the downtown portion of our system is the slowest segment on our entire system. It's about a mile long and our speeds are limited to about 10 miles per hour. Unlike most other cities in California with light rail systems, their downtown operations are typically somewhere between 20 to 45 miles per hour, depending on their configuration. Next slide, please. The reason for our slow speeds is what I'll call our unique configuration of downtown. Our light rail tracks and sidewalks are roughly at the same level, which essentially means that many people accidentally veer into the trackway without even knowing it. So what we are looking to do is look at potential redesigns of the entire downtown light rail system to reconfigure the tracks into a manner that would be safer and higher speed. Some of the options that we'll be discussing today could save travel times from roughly about 2 to 6 minutes, which is pretty significant for what is now today about a 10-minute trip. Next slide, please. We just want to note that as we were doing our analysis, we brought in a lot of experts, both within VTA as well as some help from our colleagues at the City of San Jose. And we looked for inspiration from a lot of other cities, both throughout the country and throughout the world, to get a sense of what they do in their downtown areas. Next slide. How we went through our process is that we took different combinations of vertical configurations and combined them with every kind of street configuration we could have think of in the downtown core. This ended up with 25 different alternatives. Next slide, please. This just shows the mixing and matching of all the different configurations that led to our 25 alternatives as part of our analysis. I should also note here as well that we did look at a bypass alternative that would look at bypassing all of downtown as part of the study. Next slide, please. Out of those original 25 alternatives, we eliminated a large number of them for various reasons related to potential construction impacts, potential impacts with future BART facilities, as well as just not meeting the purpose and need of realigning the tracks downtown. So out of the original 25 alternatives, we eliminated about 15 of them, and we're left with about 10 alternatives that we considered feasible. Next slide, please. Out of these 10 alternatives, there were 4 alternatives that we thought really kind of rose to the top in terms of what we felt was the true purpose and need of this study. And I do want to note at this point that today's item is an information item. So all we're really looking for from the board is to get some feedback on the 4 alternatives that we will be, I'll be discussing in a minute, just to get a sense of we're on the right track moving forward with this analysis. If there's any potential changes the board would like to see to any of these alternatives. And and just get any additional feedback. Next slide, please. The first alternative will be looking at First and San Carlos Street. This is pretty similar to our existing system. It would just significantly reconfigure the tracks on First Street. And I can show you what that looks like on the next slide, please. The top cross section is our existing system. The bottom 2 cross sections just show potential reconfigurations of the system that would allow for ample sidewalks, 2 through lanes, as well as 2 light rail tracks, all located within the current corridor for North First Street. Next slide, please. This just shows some examples where when we have to locate a station platform in downtown San Jose, some trade-offs will need to be made in terms of just to kind of fit everything in there. These are just a couple examples of what that may look like. However, we're going to focus this work during the conceptual engineering analysis and really get some help from our designers as they help us kind of tackle this problem. Next slide, please. The second alternative is really kind of a modification of the first alternative. We essentially take the first alternative and add in an additional track that connects downtown to Diridon Station via San Fernando. This would really speed up that trip, connecting the downtown core to all the new development that will be happening near Diridon Station with the Google development, as well as all the additional heavy rail train service that will be happening with both high-speed rail and future increased Caltrain service. Next slide, please. Finally, we have 2 grade separated alternatives that we'll be looking at. The first is an above grade option, so an elevated structure along Park Avenue and Market Street. The reason why we chose these 2 streets is that they are the widest streets in downtown, and it will give us the most ability to avoid potential impacts. Next slide, please. This just shows you a cross-section of what an elevated structure could look like on Market Street. As I mentioned, there's ample space on Market Street to put in this elevated structure and gives us a little bit of space to potentially avoid any major impacts that may result from this type of alignment. Next slide, please. The final alternative that we'll be looking at is an underground alternative along the same street, so both Park Avenue and Market Street. This alternative would generally kind of follow the same corridor, except it would be located underground. Next slide. This just shows you an example of what an underground facility and how wide it might be under Market Street. Roughly, it would be about 50 feet wide. And if it was located under Market Street, it could give us enough space to potentially avoid utility impacts or any other major construction impacts. I should also note here that underground alternatives really worked on most roadways in downtown. However, on the more narrow roadways, there would be just more potential construction-related impacts. But generally, they were still feasible in most other areas. Next slide. So finally, as I mentioned, we have 4 alternatives that we want to pursue into conceptual engineering. We're envisioning conceptual engineering to take somewhere between 6 to 12 months. And at that point, we'll be going out to the community for some community outreach to get a sense of what alternatives the community really kind of how their feelings are on these 4 alternatives, as well as just getting a better sense if we have a project that we want to move forward with. So as I mentioned, this is just an information item, but we would love to receive some feedback from the board to get a sense of, are we on the right track with these 4 alternatives, or if there's any modifications we would like to see to any of these before we go out to bid for engineering services. And with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation and hand it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Jason. We'll now take public comments for this item.
Before I call on the first speaker, I would like to note that we have received a written public comment from Mr. Robert Neff, and it is already posted on the website. Mr. Bradley, you may begin speaking when you're ready.
Evening, board members. Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. That's a great presentation by Mr. Kim and VTA staff regarding the proposals. While I haven't seen any one in particular yet, my one concern though would be connections to other VTA services and BART with these alternatives. How will that be addressed, considering that, especially getting off of BART, people will need to take VTA light rail or even a bus towards any destinations with this speeding up with these proposals? How will connections to other VTA services and BART be addressed? So that's something that's worth answering by VTA staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Siddharth. You may begin speaking when you're ready.
Hi, thanks for the great presentation. I just wanted to give one comment, which is that if the below grade option is considered, I hope that an alignment underneath First Street instead of via Market Street could be considered if it's feasible, just because that might help eliminate the 2 extra turns to get back onto First Street and, like the previous commenter mentioned, help with connecting to other VTA services at Santa Clara Street. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll now close public comment for this item. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Director Jane.
Thank you, Chair. I like the idea of speeding up light rail downtown. Do you have any ideas about funding sources and the cost, any ballpark costs of these?
Not yet. Part of the conceptual engineering analysis will include cost estimates. And I think that's part of the purpose of moving to the next step. It gives us a better sense of how to really answer that question in the future.
Thank you.
Director Burke.
Yes, thanks. So what is the current ridership, or in normal times, the ridership on this route?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I will note that downtown stations are our heaviest ridership stations.
Yeah, that's a relative statement. If we're even going to be considering what could be an enormous expense for things like undergrounding, I think we need to start with putting it in the context of how much ridership, not just percentage or comparison to other low ridership routes. We have other priorities that have been promised through previous ballot measures that were unfulfilled. And now to see talk of undergrounding light rail downtown ahead of those things is surprising. And I'd want to really understand what's the real ridership impact potential, and appreciating that we're at a preliminary stage on that. But what's the current ridership? What might we see in a kind of a range of impacts, and frankly, what's a broad range of costs for these alternatives? I'm not prepared to make any support nor opposition to this approach, even further consideration of it, without having some boundaries to what we're looking at.
Got it. Yeah, we can work on helping provide.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Jason, I think they did not hear you were coming in and out.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, I was just noting that we could help put together some of that information and provide that as soon as possible. I will note that, we do know the more expensive alternatives will just take more time to identify funding sources and just kind of figure out all that stuff out. And the kind of lower cost alternatives, such as the at-grade alternatives, may be a little more feasible just from the cost perspective. But yeah, we can give you a better sense of cost and ridership in the future.
Thank you. And if, in the same context, if we can have any reporting out of some of the programs or that were not able to be fulfilled from the, for instance, the 2000 Measure A, so that we look at prioritizing the next set of kind of major investments in context, as opposed to just this coming to us as a one-off proposal.
Great, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you. So I just have a couple of observations. I think these are the same things that I hopefully I said at the SSTP&O. First off, that any decision about this needs to be done in the context of what is the future of light rail, which I think is 7.4 that we're not talking about tonight. So to be able to make a decision about this is just without understanding that other piece. I understand these are two separate projects, but we need to logically be understanding that these are linked together. The second thing is, and I know I said this at SSTP&O, I would not support at all of going above grade or below grade. I don't need to see a study to understand the financial magnitude difference that those kind of projects would have. And I'm just looking at a crystal ball in the future. I don't see any kind of funding. It'd be enough of a challenge to be able to get funding sources to do at-grade changes in the context of whatever it is we're going to do with the future of light rail. And to say that we're going to try and underground or raise above ground these lines, I just think essentially means we're not, if that's what we're exploring, that means we're not doing anything because they'll never be funded. And I think it will just change the usability of light rail in downtown if people have to go down or go up to be able to use it. It'd be great if we could have the ability to grade separate these things, but going up or down, I just think that is not a worthwhile use of our time because we'll ultimately never be able to fund and do those. So those are my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Chavez.
Thank you very much. Jason, could you talk about the work being done in partnership with the Diridon Arena station area work that's happening now as you're doing this body of work?
Sure. So, as with the DISC partnership, we are looking at potential changes to the light rail tracks just in that Diridon area. One of these alignments, specifically that second alternative that had that direct connection along San Fernando, would directly connect that work to being done at Diridon to the track engineering that is being done as part of this. So these two are kind of working in harmony, but at the same time, I think we're acknowledging that This study, we're just in the early phases of it. We're kind of still lagging behind both the disc work and all the other work downtown. And so we're kind of trying to play catch up to kind of match some of those engineering works.
I think, one thing I would just want to recommend is that we make sure that even if you're catching up, that the team that's working on that is really engaged in the work that you're doing. I think that could be really helpful. And I have been concerned, frankly, that overall that we have a number of projects happening there in parallel, but not necessarily integrated. And so anyway, that's really why I'm raising it. And then the other thing that I would be curious about getting your perspective on is from a timeline perspective, as you're talking to the DISC, how does the timeline of what you're working on impact their work?
So I think from a timeline perspective, what I would assume would happen is if something does get constructed in downtown, it would likely be sometime after the BART project is complete, but maybe before the DISC project is complete. That's kind of, to me, where that would slot in construction-wise. And so I think but also because the engineering work for something like this is much less complex than the DISC work or the BART work, we do have some time to catch up the engineering work for this analysis to kind of bring that up to speed with everything else going on.
Thank you, Jason.
Director Ricardo.
Thank you. Jason, appreciate all the work. I agree with the sentiments of Director Hendricks about the need really to understand what's the future of light rail first. I think we're going to spin a lot of wheels on studies if we're not putting the horse in front of the cart. And I also think that, remember Bert makes an important point. We really should start with ridership. Let's really understand ridership because that should drive our decisions. Anyway, appreciate all the work today.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last hand that was raised. So, Director Paul.
Thanks.
Popped up.
So just a couple of comments. I think having a grade separated system would help a lot with the transit times. And, I do wonder if we're going to be achieving this internal expertise on undergrounding with the BART's extension to downtown San Jose, whether we might be able to leverage some of that expertise to make it more cost effective. So that's one thing to think about. And another thing to think about is what the ridership might look like if we improve the transit equation across the county. So I think that's a much more far-ranging project. And if we're talking about the timetable of being after the underground BART extension is completed, that's probably something that we can be acquiring data for. Another thought that occurs to me is that you have a lot of right-of-ways, right? And so I absolutely agree with the idea that we should figure out what to do with the system, because maybe there are some alternatives that can, be easier to build, be more cost effective. And so, kind of starting with the assumption that maybe we have a more usable transit system, and thinking about if it were something that were grade separated and faster, could we possibly be getting people out of their cars? We also have to think about the development in the future of where things are going to be. I mean, if there's really significant amounts of development in downtown San Jose and people are actually, more, kind of moving the traffic in that direction, I think transit is going to be, incredibly important. It's already critically important, but we don't have time competitive transit with cars right now. So, I think we should be taking the longer view and doing some more of these studies, gathering some data before we basically, hand wave and dismiss these types of alternatives out of hand. But I also agree that we should be looking at the possibilities for these various right-of-ways for light rail. And being in the West Valley, I have to put in the plug, we have $350 million earmarked in Measure B down 85. And, it's something that we should be thinking about the various parts of these transit systems in order to be more effective as an agency that delivers that side of the equation. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Chavez, you still have your hand up. Did you have additional questions or comments?
No, I apologize. Thank you.
No worries. All right, this is an information item, so there's no need for a motion. Item 7.4 was deferred to our next meeting. As mentioned earlier, under orders of the day, we will hear item 7.5, VTA's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 Extension Project Update, and item 7.5.A, APTA Independent Peer Review Presentation together. This item, we have Gary Griggs, Chief BART Silicon Valley Program Officer. Take it away, Gary.
Thank you, Chair Jones, Vice Chair Constantine, directors, and General Manager Gannat. Tonight, we'd like to report on the Phase 2 Silicon Valley extension. And in particular, next slide, please. The agenda, the primary part of our presentation tonight will be to discuss the American Public Transportation Association independent peer review. We also would like to give you a brief update on the FTA funding and also talk about some of the items that we'll be bringing to the December board meeting. Next slide, please. In May, coincident with the award of the construction package 2, the board asked that we do an independent peer review to look at the twin bore versus single bore alternatives. And so we went to the American Public Transportation Association and commissioned them to lead that independent review. And that has been conducted over the last few months. And tonight we'll be hearing from the peer review team as to the results of their findings. It consists of a number of independent subject matter experts and with expertise in tunneling and transit and rail projects around the world. And so I will now turn it over to David Carroll, who's the Chief Operating Officer of the American Public Transportation Association, to lead the presentation. Next slide.
Thank you, Gary, and good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the VTA Board of Directors. And next slide. My name's Dave Carroll, and as mentioned, APTA, American Public Transportation Association, has completed a peer review. Our peer reviews facilitate, or we facilitate peer reviews so transit agencies can tap into the expertise of transit agency staff, experts, and industry experts on specific issues. It's not an in-depth consulting study, but it's a review of very specific issues by some of the best experts in the industry. Next slide. Here, VTA asked the peers to review the trade-offs between single and twin bore tunnels, and very specifically, whether a single bore tunnel was feasible, appropriate, safe, and efficient. The board also asked us to consider how much delay would be required for a change in design, how much cost would be involved in that, and also what are the major risks that must be mitigated as this project moves forward. Next slide, please. APTA utilized several global tunneling experts for this review. We'll hear from Tony Burchell. It is early morning in Chennai, India, where he is located right now. Tony is running a project using some, I believe it's 26 tunnel boring machines for a massive system in Chennai. He's built single and twin bore tunnels across Asia and Middle East. Almost all of them, or many of them, transit tunnels. Also on the line is Don Richards, a retired US expert with expertise designing and managing dozens of tunnels projects in the US and the world. Both have had to help make the very specific decision whether to go single or twin bore for many of their projects. So they were really the ideal experts here. Next page, slide. Again, the review was very high level. The peers reviewed the current plans for the project, the design innovations proposed by the contractor, KST, and current trends in tunneling approaches and technology across the globe. And here I'll turn it over to Tony, who hopefully is on from India right now to take over.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you very much for that, Dave. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, so what are the options for metro tunneling? Well, until recently, metros were traditionally twin bore, one track per tunnel. But with the advances of tunneling technology, that now facilitates much larger tunneling machines. And so it is feasible now and becoming more widespread to put 2 tracks in a single tunnel. And tunnels are getting bigger, TBMs, the machines that build the tunnels. We've got examples there in US, Alaska, Big Bertha, of course, and China is now doing TBMs which reach 60 foot diameter. There's one in progress in Hong Kong. So that seems to be the way the world is going. Next slide, please. So the key factors impacting selection. Why would you go for twin bore or single bore? So the main one is really surface disruption. Now, twin bore really means you've got to have your stations as cut and cover boxes. This is a big hole in the road. And that picture you see there is a project that both Dave and I worked on in Tel Aviv, and that was a beautiful Israeli Tel Aviv boulevard where we had to build a station, and you can see the results. Utilities, all urban areas, massive utilities, so it causes disruption at the station locations. Other factors, of course, are soils. Soft grounds are more difficult, the water table, and experience of contractors. But from our interaction with your contractor here, KST, I mean, they do appear to be capable both twin and single bore. I don't see that a problem. Next, please, Dave. So what are the trade-offs between the two? So here we've got a couple of tables showing the differences. Obviously, the typical diameter when you look there, yes, a twin tunnel 20 feet, single tunnels up to 32, or Barcelona over 40, and that's what we're looking at here, over 40 feet. So it is a larger tunnel. Depth to platform, yes, it is a bit deeper. Next one. Passenger safety, absolutely no difference. No difference, because all systems have to meet fire life safety. So passenger safety, no difference. Passenger experience, single bore will be slightly deeper, so it'll be a longer vertical travel. But again, with spacious station areas, that's not a problem, but it is a factor. Ease of construction. Now, with a single bore as configured in Barcelona and proposed here, you have to link the station boxes to the tunnel. So that requires a large adit, a connection. So that poses a risk. But hey, look, all tunneling poses risks. Twin bore, you need cross passages to link the tunnels. So there is a risk there. Cost, now in terms of cost, twin bores with cut and cover stations are considered internationally cheaper. But that doesn't factor into account the US conditions, and I appreciate the costs, you've got to bear in utility diversions. And when you do these stations, there's massive utility diversions and surface level disruption. That will be expensive. So from what we've seen, it's a similar sort of cost. Next, please. So the rationale that VTA and BART used. So we've looked at the 2017 study, and that identified the following benefits, all of which we agree with: smaller station footprint. Environmental impact, I would say, yeah, let's read that as disruption to traffic, disruption to utilities. So we find this reasoning is sound. So the most important thing really is that with the single tunnel, you are going to get much less disruption on those main thoroughfares. Next, please. Right, so during our interaction, our studies, we've met with KST, and that they've proposed what we think is some very advantageous changes. The diagram on the right shows the single bore tunnel with the twin tracks. Originally, they were stacked one on top of each other at the stations, which meant a very large adit was needed to link the station box to that tunnel. This latest plan brings the tunnels side by side. with a mezzanine. So you can have this traditional island platform, better for passengers. It's an important design change, and it allows, here and you see it for two smaller adits, that reduces the risk. And for passengers, center platform is better. So it's a very good change, and we really recommend it's adopted. Next, please. Okay, so the questions posed to us. Number one, is a single bore tunnel feasible? Well, you've got the text there, but the answer is a one word. Yes, it is. It is. And is becoming increasingly more popular around the world. So yes, it is. Next one. Is it appropriate for the BART extension? Well, but both would work. And both bring somewhat different risks, but look, all tunneling creates risks. It's just that with a larger TBM, if you like, the magnitude of those risks is increased, but the risks essentially are TBMs, you know, the same sort of risks. But on balance, you can say the overall consequences more, but with a highly skilled, experienced contractor, not really a problem. Does the tunnel approach impact passenger safety? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Safety during construction, deeper depth and construction of adit poses risks. But likewise with the twin tunnel, you've got to link them with cross passages. That, again, those have to be hand mined, those pose risks. Next, please. Is one approach more efficient? Different factors. There's less surface disruption with a single bore. Yeah, both smaller, larger TBMs, the same mechanical problems are posed with both. And internationally, as I said earlier, twin bores are typically cheaper and quicker, but that's where it's easier to do the big cut and cover stations and crossovers. We mustn't forget crossovers, which are needed between the tracks. Very easy to fit in a single bore, needs a cut and cover structure in a twin bore. And the last question was, what is the impact of a decision? I would say you're looking at least a 2-year delay to your project. You'd have to redo a lot of the preliminary engineering. And for what benefits? Okay, you can raise the stations up a little bit, but I think the decision is appropriate. Next, Dave. Yeah, so our summary. Yep, single bore tunnel is feasible. If you'd asked me 20 or 30 years ago, I would have said no. But now, feasible, yes, and appropriate, yes, I think it is. It'll reduce the above ground and street disruption. You won't have these big, you know, disruptive areas on the beautiful streets that you've got over there. And regardless of which option is selected, yeah, tunneling risks remain the same. Adits, we have a concern. We've worked on, myself and Don have worked on a detailed risk assessment we hope will help your team. Your contractor, yeah, good, experienced guys, skilled team. And finally, to change at this stage would cause a significant delay in cost of the project. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that summarizes it. These are the risks. I won't go through these, but I'll hand back to Dave.
Thank you, Tony. And just to note that we included several slides here with risks that VTA and BART and its contractors will likely face. These are not a surprise to them as skilled tunnel contractors. All tunneling faces these. In the interest of time, we wouldn't go through these, but we would be happy to address any of these with VTA or BART in the future if questions arise. So, Gary, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dave and Tony. And Chair Jones, I wonder if you want to take questions on this particular item now before we have two other relatively short items we're going to discuss that are unrelated to this.
Yes, I will take questions, but we want to go to public comments first. But before I go to public comments, I want to thank the panel, the peer-reviewed panel, for all their hard work and time and commitment to contribute to this effort. So it's appreciated and recognized. We'll now take public comments for items 7.5 and 7.5.8.
Mr. Chair, before I call on the speaker, we have again received another written public comment from Ms. Hazel O'Neill, and it is already posted on the website. Calling on the public speaker, Ms. Rayan. Go ahead, please, and begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Ryan Motoshami. These views and questions represent mine and mine alone. I have two questions. One is there a report that will be made public that is more comprehensive than the presentation provided today? And two, why does the peer review team think that environmental would be retriggered if the dual bore method was already environmentally cleared, except for the administrative record of decision step? And also, was the fact that the dual bore tunnel is at 60% design versus the 35% design of the single bore tunnel taken into account when taking into account the relative difference in additional timeline that would be required in terms of the difference of advancing design of single bore versus updating the 60% designs? And why would they think that that would re-trigger environmental and NEPA processes? And do they think there are ways to mitigate those environmental processes in order to move the project forward more quickly and cost effectively? Thank you.
And that concludes public comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I will close public comment for this item. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Director Liccardo.
Thank you, Chair. I thought the public speaker raised good questions. I had a question myself, but could we respond to those first?
If they come from you, yes.
Great. I would embrace each of those three questions and ask them to any members of the panel.
Okay. Any members of the panel want to address the three questions? I don't know if you wrote them down or.
Yeah, if you could.
I'm happy to repeat. I'm sorry?
Yeah, if you could perhaps repeat them one by one would be helpful.
I'll start with the last one. The fact that twin bore was 60% complete, does that affect your estimate around the delay and the progress that existed in environmental to date on that twin bore? Does that also affect your assessment of the 2-year delay?
I think we investigated this basically at not knowing what design had been done on the twin bore already. Nonetheless, my assumption is anyone getting back into this is going to have to refresh the assumptions and rework the analyses based on the more recent data that's been available. But Gary may have a better assumption on this or estimate on this than I do.
Yes, let me comment on that. So the environmental really only cleared the single bore. The twin bore has been looked at over the course of time and was addressed in there, but was not, the record decision was based on the single bore.
I think we're aware of that. I think the point was that twin bore was the option for several years. And so there had been some amount of environmental work done. Maybe this calendar, maybe somebody who's been familiar with the history, maybe you want to respond on just that issue.
Evelyn, I think, was going to respond on the environmental issue, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, Evelyn.
Thank you, Chair. So I can respond on the CEQA side, on the California law side, because under NEPA, that's handled by the FTA and the federal government. But under CEQA, what we did as an agency was we analyzed some of the environmental impacts of both the twin and the single. But the board adopted the single bore tunnel design and the overriding considerations that went with that, and not for the double. And with the passage of time, the project would have to take a look at whether or not any of the changes in the environment would have would substantially increase in the severity of what we previously identified as significant effects. And so that would require us to go back and reassess and redo the environmental document. And that takes time.
Thanks, Evelyn. So with that in mind, knowing there would need to be some significant amount of refresh, for lack of a better term, Gary, or does anybody on staff have an estimate of how a 2-year delay would affect our costs?
It would have a significant effect, and especially we're currently under contract with the Kiewit Shea Trailer Brothers team. So we'd essentially have to stop work, and that delay would have some significant claims associated with it. And of course, with the escalating costs that we're seeing currently, if we had to come back and rebid it, it would be a significant impact on the cost of the project.
Thanks, Gary. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Burke?
Yes, thanks. So following up on Mayor Liccardo's questions, first, the member of the public asked about whether we'd be receiving, and the public would receive, a full report from the peer review committee.
Yes, we'll be providing a report with quite a bit of data, examples of other projects that have been done and some of the analyses that have been done in those projects as well.
And when you had said that a twin bore, once construction began, would be cheaper and quicker. Those are kind of broad qualitative comparisons. Do we have any sense of a range of how much cheaper and how much quicker? Because we're talking about a delay on the front end, although as of right now, we don't have the funding to complete a single bore. So that remains an open question as to whether we are going to have the funds. We hope that we will. But so how much cheaper, how much quicker?
A quick answer before turning it over to Tony. I believe what Tony has explained and what Don has explained to me as well, is that while the tunneling part itself in Europe and Asia, when they've done twin bore, because it's not as deep, because you use cut and cover construction, those costs may in fact be less than a deeper single bore tunnel with mine stations. But it's the offsetting costs of all the surface disruption, the traffic relocations, the utility relocations that end up offsetting much of that cost. And without a truly detailed analysis of what the costs of relocation and construction of those stations might be in a twin bore scenario, in general, I think our assumption and conclusion really was that whatever you save in the tunnel, you'd probably be offset by the costs above. But Tony, I don't know if you have more to add to that.
No, that's absolutely right, Dave. Yeah, Pat, maybe I misled. I said really on the international stage, twin bore cut and cover tunnels is cheaper. We've done a lot of work internationally getting prices. You'll be actually amazed how cheap some countries can build metros. But you know, in the US, Sydney, very high, London, very high, because you've got the urban infrastructure that you've got to relocate. Utility diversions in the UK, the US, Australia, very expensive. So that's why on balance, we decided that more or less there'd be similar costs. Maybe single bore are still a little bit more, but more or less same costs.
And I wasn't on the board when this decision was made, but presumably we did some amount of cost comparison at that time. Is that has that information been provided to the peer review committee?
All previous reports were provided to the peer review committee.
Yes, Pat, we saw some information, yeah.
Well, I guess now that leads into my next questions, because this issue of whether of the peer review committee being familiar with the 60% design that was done before, and not apparently knowing that the environmental analysis had been taken up close to the approval goal line, but that it had not been cleared for the twin bore because the single bore was selected. So I'd like to understand better how to reconcile what we heard from the peer review committee of some very fundamental things that they didn't sound like they were fully familiar with with what we're hearing that they were provided with everything. I'm pretty concerned on those aspects.
Can I answer that for a minute?
Yes, go ahead.
David, I'll just say that because we did the original reports. A lot of the original reports were side by side of the same conditions we had. So we didn't really look internationally per se, because we knew what costs were in our environment and in the United States. So most of the reports that were done previously were looking at building it here and compared the side by side. I mean, the twin versus the single in the past. So some of their information, like on the environmental, how that has happened, the regulatory issues, that those are less, were not really considered as a difference. You know, there wasn't a difference technically. So at that time.
We just heard the peer review committee kind of talk about some generalizations on single versus double bore internationally, and then an assumption that we'd have a roughly equivalent trade-off between other cost factors of disruptions and otherwise versus the savings on the boring. But I didn't get any sense that that had been the local side-by-side comparison was part of the analysis that we were just presented.
Don Richards here. I'd like to offer a comment, and David and Tony can correct me if I'm wrong, but it was my understanding that the scope of work of the peer review was to look at mainly at the technical aspects of doing one versus the other, and we did not look in detail at the cost and environmental implications.
Yeah, our direction really was to look broadly at this. It was not to assess the work that had been done in the past. We did review the tunneling designs that had been done, but a lot of this stuff is now several years old, and again, it was a broader look that, given the decision's been made really to move forward with single bore, was this appropriate and a reasonable decision? Yes. We provide some general observations since the issue was asked about cost. Are they cost compatible? And at the end of the day, generally they are cost compatible. Our review did not go into a full analysis of what a twin bore would have cost versus a single bore would have cost.
Well, I'll just leave it with a comment that what triggered the initiative to have a peer review committee was, in my recollection, was that we were running up against cost estimates on the single bore and the FRA estimates that were projecting costs that exceeded what we had available, and cost in line with what we're now accepting based on inflationary factors and others. But that was a fundamental reason why we were having a peer review committee re-examine the twin bore was this broader context. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Jane?
Yeah, I have to agree with members Burt and Licardo. I have serious concerns about how the scope of work was defined for this project, and that the APTA team was not really considering the 60% work that had been done before, and that, not being aware of that, they're now coming up with a 2-year delay estimate. The other question I have is generally, I know that these single bores are becoming more common. Do we have any sense of how, they're much bigger? What is the reliability of them compared to smaller twin bore tunnel boring machines? Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Dave, can I answer that last one?
Please.
Go ahead.
Okay, the reliability of big tunneling machines. I think, unfortunately, in the US, you've had Big Bertha, which did run into a problem, but it's a problem that can happen with any size of tunneling machine. The larger ones, providing they come from a good manufacturer, the reliability, performance of them, just as good as a smaller one. In fact, to some extent, what's happening in the world now, the smaller TBMs are being made in China, and their performance is not as good. So if you're going to procure a big TBM, you will have to go to big German company like Heron Connect or the Japanese, and you will get a Rolls-Royce TBM. So I would say bigger TBMs are probably better in terms of durability.
Okay.
I'd like to offer another comment, Tony. There's a report that I did in Dublin comparing twin versus single tunnel, and I think David has the copy that he intended to pass on. And
Yes.
that has a little bit of a discussion on the single versus the twin tunnels. And also regarding Tony's comment on the reliability of a large machine, when we did the tunnel underneath the Bosphorus Strait in Istanbul, that was the Eurasia Tunnel. It was a large TBM, but it was a highway tunnel out of transit. And we had a tunnel consultant from Bouygues in Paris as our technical advisor. And he told our client in Istanbul that if they didn't choose Heron Connect, that they were fools.
Okay. This is Dave Carroll. I will make sure that our report does look at those cost comparisons that were done in previous years. So at least we can comment on them. Again, we did see the 60% designs, but our specific focus was on whether the single bore really was a feasible and appropriate approach. And at this point, in all of our project management experience, when you stop and go back to redesign, what seems like shouldn't take very long takes a very long time. And in this kind of inflationary, volatile environment, any kind of delay is very costly. So that was clearly it helped drive our comments here.
Thank you. All right, Director Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to thank Dave, Tony, Don, the entire team that did this review. I really appreciate what you've done. And I want to acknowledge that, you guys are giving us a summary presentation about a bunch of research that you've done that is also backed up by decades of your experience and the fact that you guys are real super experts in this field, so that, you're giving us answers, but, we're getting the tip of the iceberg answer that is backed up by everything that's below the water of the iceberg in terms of your experience, in doing all this stuff. So I'm actually reading a little bit more into your answers than maybe what the specific words are that you're using. And I say that I go to your summary observations. Single bore tunnel is feasible and appropriate. Very clear. Regardless of what we do, any kind of tunneling has risk. And that how you mitigate those kind of risks is you get good, experienced experts to do the tunneling. And as you were just mentioning, make sure you get a good tunnel machine to go ahead and do the work. And that to the point you were just making right there, Dave, any delay is huge and costly. So, I mean, am I kind of getting the correct summary of how I'm out? Because you guys have done all this research and I'm trying to take it all in from a policy perspective, not a technology perspective.
I think that was a very nice summary. Yes, thank you.
Okay. And let me ask a unfair question to you guys. That if you were on the policy side now and looking at this project that we have, and you've looked at, you understand where we've been, what we're trying to do, what some of our constraints are and abilities and capabilities we have to go forward. With what we know now, and given where we are and the decisions we've made of like the plan of record is single bore and things like that, what is your recommendation? Stay on the single bore horse, or do you say, oh no, go stop and let's look and evaluate and go do a dual bore horse?
A quick comment, and I'll ask Tony and Don to respond. Our understanding, frankly, from the experience of building light rail in the downtown areas, that a primary goal of this discussion about which approach to take on tunneling related to surface disruption, its impact on the economic vitality of your downtown during construction. As Tony mentioned, he and I were both, Tony led the project in Tel Aviv, which was only 10 kilometers of tunnel, but it tore up the city and continues to tear up the city over the last 3 or 4 years. It's finally reaching conclusion now, and it'll look great when it's done, but it has been very, very challenging. And our understanding was that is and needs to be a primary concern in your downtown in both San Jose and Santa Clara. And the single bore is probably the best approach for avoiding that type of utility and cut and cover station disruption.
Disruption
Tony?
is a high priority, absolutely.
Yeah. Tony?
Well, Glenn, I admire your concise, erudite, and absolutely accurate summary.
I tried to pay attention.
Spot on all those things. The right contractor, right machine. But look, in answer to your question, don't change. I'm a professional project manager. Change of this nature is disastrous to a project. Don't change. I still think 2 years at a minimum is the delay you'll get if you change now.
Okay. I thank you guys for again taking the time to do this review, and I appreciate and thank you for the way you've taken all the work and all this knowledge and been able to weed it down to something that's consumable to us people that don't do this every day. So thank you very much for your opinions.
And thank you, Eric.
Tony, I'd like to add another.
Okay, I'm sorry, Don. We didn't mean to miss you.
I wanted to add another comment regarding the KST guys. We haven't seen the details of their construction plans. And every time you connect to the tunnel, say for the large tunnel at the annex, or the connections to the vertical shafts, or the twin tunnels for the entry of the TBM in and out of the stations, a lot of the cost and the risk and the schedule depends on the contractor's approach to those, which we haven't seen. But we've learned in our experience that it may be more expensive up front to have some redundancy built into the ground treatment for those structures so that you can reduce the risk and avoid delays. Because if you don't do that, you can end up with more costs and more delay, even though you didn't plan on it.
Thank you. Thank you for all of those comments.
Thank you. Director Liccardo.
Thanks for bearing with me. I know I asked questions before, but I guess I'm the one who started this this issue over the environmental progress on the twin bore. And I thought Evelyn did a pretty good job of resolving it, at least in my mind, that regardless of the engineering progress, there's still a very significant legal set of delays that are involved in environmental clearance. And I want to go first to that, and then I'll go back to the engineering. Evelyn, my understanding is that twin bore, since it does present us with significantly more risk of surface disruption, would probably also present more risk in terms of challenges to the EIR, comments, concerns, and yes, litigation. Is that a fair assumption?
That's fair, Mayor Liccardo. And I do want to clarify what I said earlier, and maybe it wasn't clear, but a change right now is a change in switching from a single to a double would be a change in the project, which is a discretionary action by the board that would necessitate going back and doing a review. And we can't just rely on what had been done before, because 4 years have passed. And it's very highly likely that there's been changes in the particular environment that would require us to go back and do another analysis. And that's just getting the document out the door, right? And what you're adding on to that is the additional litigation delay. And that's a whole added.
Right.
Yeah.
So if a litigant gets a preliminary injunction, then everything grinds to a halt.
Yes, if they get an injunction, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go to the engineering now. My recollection, because I guess the disadvantage of age of having been with this project a long time, we reached 60% design on twin bore a long time ago. It was much more than 4 years. I think it was maybe something more like a decade and a half ago. Carolyn, do you remember?
Yeah, we had gone to 60% design on the whole project around 2006, 2007, and then we moved forward with the first phase because we had the funding for that, the funding availability. So we moved that forward. So that was 15 years ago. So that design we would need to update and look at the design, and then the environmental. That's where I get the 1 to 2 years.
Okay, so you've got 15-year-old engineering documents, basically, and fair to say codes have changed and the world has changed, and a lot more work would need to be done.
Definitely, BART has new standards since we started, and codes have changed.
Yeah. Okay.
Another thing is the technology has changed too. So you might be able to do things now that you wouldn't have been able to do 15 years ago.
Yeah, I think that's a great insight. I appreciate all this feedback, and I really appreciate the expertise of folks from around the world who are helping us figure this out. I decided early on in this effort, and it's true, no matter what we're talking about building, the biggest cost that we can impose, whether that cost is imposed on the public in case of a project like this, or a cost imposed on folks who may be renting housing that we hope to get built, but it's the cost of indecision. That is the burden that adds so much. And I absolutely agree with the sentiment that any delay is only going to make this an even steeper hill to climb in terms of our financial costs, which is already very steep. And I also remember, living on Market Street in San Francisco in 1998, about a quarter of a century after BART was constructed on Market Street, and the locals were still blaming BART for creating a ghost town on Market Street in San Francisco. That was a generation or two later. So those surface level impacts are real. They take a financial form in the case of moving utilities, which are very expensive, but they have many other costs as well. So I certainly hope we're not going to be switching horses midstream. I think all the equities are pretty clear.
All right. Thank you, Director Liccardo. I don't see any other hands raised. This was an information item, so there's no need for a motion. Moving on to item 7.6, an update on the SB.
Oh, I'm sorry. We still have the remainder of the BART report.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'll put that back to Gary.
Yeah, if we could move back a few slides, we'll just finish up these two remaining items that we wanted to talk to. We wanted to give you an update on the Federal Transit Administration funding. We have submitted a request to FTA to transition from what's known as a capital investment grant program, also referred to as New Starts, from the current expedited project delivery program that we're in, which will allow us a higher level of federal funding. And part of that is that we will be requesting and have requested a letter of no prejudice, which allows us to continue work on a pre-award authority and continue our project activities that are currently underway under the expedited project delivery approach. And we're having discussions with FTA about the roadmap to then get us to the full funding grant agreement, where we'll have a commitment from them to give us the full funding under, in this case, under the New Starts program. And that's laying out clearly what we need to do and in working with FTA to get to that point, a critical point to be at the full funding stage. Next slide. So Carolyn, I'll turn it over to you. You wanted to talk a little more detail.
Yeah, I want to give a little more update on what does this mean. You know, we were originally in New Starts. We moved to the expedited project delivery program, so we felt it would move us through the process faster, and we were considered technically capable because we've been delivering projects for a while. So there was less of an issue to maybe go through that. But the New Starts process, or the capital investment grant program, is something that allows us, as we said, to go for a larger federal share. And that's really important to us. Right now, we are capped at 25%, and you can see that on the second line under funding with the EPD program. And with the New Starts program, we can't exceed 60%. But most for a New Starts project, but more likely, you know, we're planning on staying. And if our letter of no prejudice talks about a 49% share, that would allow us to have a higher rating. You do get rated in the New Starts process, which you don't in the EPD. They either say you're in or you're out of the program. We need a medium or higher. Before we submitted information, we believed, based on what we would we probably would get a medium or medium high rating. It's very hard to get a high rating, I will say that, just because with a tunnel, just because of the costs. We also would have to do a more detailed financial assessment per se. We don't need a public-private partnership to qualify, but we had a small one that won't discontinue because of us moving into that. Actually, when it comes to financial assessment, we're going to do this anyways for our own purposes. We want to make sure that we can, you know, build the project and maintain and operate our project without having impacts on the VTA organization. That's very important to us. The way you get pre-award authority with the New Starts is that you request a letter of no prejudice. And so that's one of the things that we have done in those letters. We have a letter that went to FTA requesting a letter of no prejudice, and a letter that asks us to re-enter New Starts. And then with EPD, they gave us a letter of intent that allowed us quite a bit of pre-award authority. We didn't need to do a letter of no prejudice once they gave you a letter of intent. So what we would be then doing is once we would be moving out of EPD and moving into the New Starts, that, you know, at the time we're planning on timing a letter of no prejudice to go with us. FTA staff has been working closely with our staff and making sure that, you know, they don't want our project delayed. They want our project to move forward. They're well aware that we're coming in because we had, you know, we had conversations early on about the project funding with the risk assessment, and at this time it's in the review stage. I want to go to the next slide because there's been a couple questions regarding what does this mean and what do we do. We're pretty much on track that we wouldn't be delayed on getting a full funding grant agreement. It might be a few months later, but I'm not sure we would have been ready in October with a fully committed plan for an FFGA if we weren't going for new starts, because we were looking at a 25% share at the federal level, and now we're looking at a 49% share. The first thing we would have to do is show we completed all the project development activities. We have done all that, except for developing the rating information. So we've submitted all that information for a rating. We've also submitted our formal request for entry into new starts and the letter of no prejudice, as I mentioned. We FTA, we're waiting for them to approve, and we're hoping to get that in early December to enter the new starts project development phase and issue an LOMP. FTA also will then notify us of a project rating prior to right before their annual report goes out. That's the January, February timeframe. And as I said, we have to have an overall rating of medium or higher. And they publish that rating in the annual report. They also have a provision to allocate funds from the existing appropriation or say that we're eligible for appropriations from Congress. We would then submit as soon as we have the rating. And the other thing that, as Gary Griggs mentioned, we would be actually looking at the same time updating our cost estimate. We're doing a rebaselining of our cost estimate and our schedule, looking at what that is, and then we would submit into engineering an application. That's a phase of new starts, the engineering phase. They would review it. They would do another risk refresh, which is what we would want before we finalize our financial plan and cash flow, so that we can then submit a final financial plan. And then once they approve us into engineering, we'd probably turn around and submit a request to execute an FFGA. So we're looking at doing that request sometime in about a year from now. And because it takes a while to do the reviews, which it would if we were going into the EPD program as well. And then we were hoping to get the FFGA in the first quarter of 2024. So I just wanted to give an update on sort of what that time frame would be. Go to the next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Gary again.
Yeah, thank you. So the two other items we'd want to quickly address, and that's what we're intending to bring to the December board meeting. And we talked about this last board meeting as well, that we want to do an update on the station refinement work and come to some decisions about how we want to proceed with that so as not to affect the progress of the project. And also we will be coming forward on an action item, a board memo requesting that we authorize General Manager Gannat to issue contract amendments up to $460 million for early work packages related to contract package 2, which is the tunnel and track work contract currently awarded. And that will involve the purchasing the tunnel boring machine and associated tunnel boring machine works related to that, early works as we call it, which will be the equipment that goes along with the tunnel boring machine, as well as preparation of the portal where the machine will be launched and other related activities. So we want to bring that to the board on December 1st. That completes our presentation.
Thank you, Gary and Carolyn. I'll actually ask my colleagues, do you have any questions or comments on this portion of the 7.5?
Don Richards here. I just like to point out that regarding your early works things, these huge TBMs are a really long lead item, and you might check into what the current estimates are for delivery times in terms of how you would factor that into your planning.
Yeah, Don, that has definitely been factored in. We're looking at probably about a 16-month procurement period for the TBM, during which we'll be doing the early works to be prepared to launch it when it arrives.
Thank you. All right. I see no hands raised. So now we're going to move on to item 7.6, an update on the SB 129 Joint Labor Management Committee. And Tammy Janota, SEIU Local 521 Chapter Chairperson, will provide the report.
Hi, good evening. I'm just going to go over, thank you for this time. I wanted to give the board an update on our SB 129 committee and some of the things that we've been working on. You should have a grid in your packet that sort of lays out, which is what's in front of us, lays out where we are on each part of the project. As you know, I don't want to read everything because I think some of you already know where we are with some of these things, like the mental health services. The only new thing on there is that we provided some mental health wellness days for all of our employees, and that is ongoing. So it's going to show through the fourth quarter of 2023. We established the Resiliency Center, and we're now currently operating the Resiliency Center. And as many of you know, employees are constantly being invited to go to events there, just gathering of events and also mental health wellness events. And our employees are really enjoying to have that at their leisure if they need it. The next update I will give is we're working on a peer-to-peer training. It started originating with a lot of ATU employees, but now we're working out how we bring in other employees for peer-to-peer training. And we want to do it on the basis of true peers, so that if you're a middle frontline worker, your peers are frontline workers. If you're a supervisor, your peers are supervisors, and that's who would be in your peer-to-peer training. So that's something that's ongoing. We completed the 1-year anniversary, and we have slated the 2nd-year anniversary for the 2nd quarter of 2023. We continue to reassign, relocate, and retrain employees as needed. And the main progress we've been making in the last month has been the organizational and climate change procurement process. We completed that. We brought Deloitte on board. We've met with them several times, and we're currently preparing to do focus groups next week or start them. Just working on how those logistics are working out. The committee is very involved in that with Deloitte, so we're working on that currently. And then we are also working together on the union coordination and communication procurement process, which is almost completed. The bids were all submitted last week. So we're currently working on that, and we expect to have that person on board very soon as well. And the training and safety and security is ongoing. For facilities, we've completed the demolishment of Building B. We're working on the Memorial Garden with the planning and figuring out what that's going to look like, which is slated to be completed or do through construction in the 3rd quarter of 2023. And that's all I have for this report.
Thank you, Tammy.
You're welcome.
We'll now take a public comment.
We don't have any, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, we'll close public comment. And are there any questions from my colleagues? Director Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the report, and I really appreciate the plan that was put in, because I think I was the one that asked for it. So I want to say thank you for providing it. But I did want to ask, it was mentioned, we have the Deloitte contract and the other contract. Does that have a series of activities that will have dates that are going to be put onto this this chart?
Dates as in what we're doing with Deloitte, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's, that we have this contract with Deloitte, and I think there's a contract with another entity as well.
Right.
Is that going to have some kind of interim milestone? So we'll see here something's being done by, January and March, and, something, so we'll be able to see, not only track the progress of what it is, but we'll be able to see and understand through the defined tasks what it is that is expected to be done with those programs.
Yes, if you see they're under organizational development, the bottom 2 lines that's the union coordination and communication procurement process. So that's a separate contract. And then the top 2 lines are the Deloitte contract. And we plan to mark both of those groupings separately.
Yeah. Yeah. And all I would just say is it seems to me, it looks like those lines just say ongoing, as a big thing. It might be nice if there were some and maybe there's not, but if there are some interim milestones, and I don't know, I'm not in the middle of the discussions, but it just might be able to see here, what are we expecting to be done by December? What are we expecting to be done by February? What are we expecting to be done by April? And I don't know if that is possible.
I'm going to ask Jay Bailey to answer that question, but actually, Tammy, I don't know. We don't have that I know of have there's a base schedule, but I think it would be a good idea to have a schedule that talks about, there's a lot of activities that are going to happen during this. And we also need to be flexible to make sure that we're going through appropriately. But Jay, I'll pass it on to you.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I'm not looking for here, what are the detailed kind of things, just what would be like high level milestones where we could understand, have some visibility that this is what we expect to happen, and then in the time frame it's going to at a macro level.
Yes, good evening, directors. Thank you, Member Hendricks, for that question, because that's exactly a question that the SB 129 committee, and particularly our union partners, asked Deloitte for. And so we're working on that specific report so that we can establish those timelines and what those milestones are right now. Right now, what we're working on, as Tammy said, are the arranging for the focus groups for next week, but Deloitte is going to come back to us next week with that timeline. And we had a meeting on that today, so we will share that with the board.
Awesome. Well, all it is, what my closing comment would be, looks like great progress. So.
And thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you.
Don't see any other hands raised. This was an information item, so there's no need for a motion. The last item on our agenda is item 7.7, the proposed schedule for 2023. I want to note that staff is proposing to convene our January 2023 meeting on the second Thursday, January 12th. This allows time to onboard new board members. I'd like to ask my colleagues to review the proposed schedule and notify the board office if you see any potential conflicts. We will consider approval of these dates at our December 1st meeting. We will now take public comments.
Mr. Chair, there's none.
Okay, we'll close public comments. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none. Again, information items, so no need for a motion. Now we'll go to other items. Item 8.1 is for items of concern and referral to administration. Are there any referrals from my colleagues? Seeing none. Are there any announcements? Seeing none. For item 8.3, we were able to accommodate everyone who wanted to speak on items that were not on the agenda. So we will now proceed to closed session. For our closed session, the board will be discussing items 9.1.a through 9.1.l. Are there any members of the public who would like to address the board on our closed session items?
No, there's none, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll now close public comment. To my colleagues, please mute your Zoom mic and video, and I will see you in the closed session virtual room. To our members of the public, thank you for attending tonight's meeting. The board will now go to closed session.
Recording stopped.
Hello, folks. We will just resume the recording.
Recording in progress.
And just give us 30 more seconds. All right, Chair, we're ready whenever you are.
All right, we're now back to open session. Evelyn, please provide the closed session report.
Thank you, Chair. The board did not take any reportable actions for item 9.1A through 9.1L in closed session.
Okay, thank you. Our regular meeting is now adjourned. Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you, everybody. We'll end the meeting for all.